La.
Good morning from Dubai. We are at the Desert Drop Zone. We have just concluded, this is the semi-final and final day of the FAI Gliding Match Race Championship. We welcome you to, if you are listening. My name is Eric Moser, and I will do some commentating as the event unfolds. So just to give you an overview of where we have been, we have 6 pilots from around the world that are competing here in Dubai at the FAI Gliding Championship at the World Air Games. We started off with 3 qualifying days, 15 races. After the 15 races, we had a ranking, and today, after 2 days of very strong winds and blowing dust, we were unable to fly the last 2 days, but we believe we will get the finals in today. We started off early this morning. We had 2 races between Sebastian Kawa from Poland and René Vidal from Chile. The races were quite exciting. The wind has died down. We have a beautiful blue sky. And the result of the first semi-final match was Sebastian Kawa winning very close races over René Vidal. We have now changed gliders and changed pilots. The match between the number 1 seed, Werner Amann, and the number 4 seed, Thilo Holighaus, we have just had the first race, which was won by Werner Amann, I believe. We are waiting for the final data to be checked. I can honestly say that the weather today is magnificent. After the strong winds cleared out all of the dust in the air, we have beautiful blue skies. The wind has now died down, and the racing will be terrific. So, to recap, Sebastian Kawa of Poland, 9-time world champion, has earned his way into the finals. He is now going to wait until we have the winner between Werner Amann and Thilo Holighaus in Rene Vidal from Chile, who was the runner-up in the first semifinal, will also wait. He is not finished. He will race later today also for the bronze medal between the loser of the Werner Amann and Tilo Holighaus race. So the gliders are being prepared. I will be back with you shortly. I welcome you again to the glider match race finals, semifinals here in Dubai. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the glider match racing here in Dubai. We are moments away from the second flight of the second semifinal. Launching will begin shortly, and Werner Amann has a 1-0 lead over Thilo. So this is a best of three. If Thilo wins this, they will then proceed to a final match. And if Werner wins, we will have our two finalists and then our two pilots that will race for the bronze. I hear the tow planes beginning. So the tow planes are fired up, and I would anticipate that we will start to see some action here in about a minute. So for your information, the gliders will be towed. We have a MAL tow plane and a Super Cub. So the tow planes, they're now at roughly 600 meters. And as I said earlier, they will be towed to 1,100 meters over the ground when they will be released. Two pilots will then get into position. The idea is that they will start at the same altitude. They will start at the same position across the starting line. This has worked very well. The pilots had a practice day to work out the techniques. And our impression and everyone's impression after the first 15 flights, the qualifying flights, is that it went very well. These are the best pilots, some of the best pilots in the world. They're disciplined, they're excited, and the one thing I have noticed, they are intense. This is unlike any kind of race they have ever done. Because of the limitations that we have here in Dubai, we had a very strict airspace limitation, 5 by 10 kilometers. We have a maximum altitude of 5,000 feet, And so we had to create a race to be a part of this World Air Games. The efforts of the team over the last 10 or 12 months have led us to here. The two gliders are from the French Federation in Saint-Ouen. They are nearly identical discus Cs, 18-meter wingspan. We have ballasted the gliders to create as fair an environment and as fair a condition for the pilots as possible. I can say that the pilots all agree that each glider is good, that there is no advantage, and that the fairness of the match has been accomplished. So today, again, for those who are just joining me, the pilots will be towed to 1,100 meters. They will form up. They will cross the start line. They have 3 turning points, 3 virtual turning points that they must accomplish. You will see these on your screen. So the race has begun. Looks like Tilo Holighaus has started, and right behind him at the same time is Werner. So they are now flying approximately the 6 kilometers to the first turning point. Their airspeed will increase. You can see their ground speed increasing now. Actually, that was my mistake. It looks like the pilots are now approaching the start line. It's still necessary for Tilo and for Werner to form up. I've just been joined by Giorgio Galetto. Giorgio Galetto is one of our pilots. He is a world champion, and he will attempt to give you, from his perspective and from the pilot's perspective, what is happening right now in the race. Welcome, Giorgio.
Thank you, Eric. First of all, it's the first time that I can see the competition on the screen, and it's really fine. And So we are yeah, the two pilots are going to the start. Okay. The two pilots are joining the first turning point to the north. And there are only 30 meters, there is only 30 meters difference between the two gliders. And
Giorgio, what are you thinking? What are the pilots thinking now as they approach this first turning point?
The game is to turn as soon as possible, making the turning point. That is always a stress. What I note for my opinion is a stress, because you have to turn a little bit before the turning point for the delay of the instrument. So it's really, really a stress. If you turn too early, you are out. If you turn too late, you are a loser.
Yes, understand. So it looks like their ground speed is now about 200 kilometers an hour. So they have, they now know what their profile, because they have done this race several times. They know
Yes.
that they are on where they need to be.
For my experience, I think without wind, without thermals, like now, is the right speed. So you have a small margin at the end to spend flying higher speed.
So it looks like tactically Tilo is deciding to stay back, and he has about a 50 or 60 meter altitude differential from he and Werner. So is this a tactic that you think might be successful?
Yes, if you are really only 5 or 10 meter or 50 meter from the first glider is a good tactic, I think.
Okay, well,
the
good.
most important is the last one, the last turning point.
The last turning point. So really, these gliders are just trying to maintain position. They're trying to keep.
They are now equal. With the altitude is the same. So Werner slow down a little bit at the same altitude.
Yeah.
So
it looks like Werner right now has the advantage. So
inside the turning point.
Inside the turning point, second turning point, and they turn.
And the altitude after the second turning point is we have to wait just a little bit.
Yeah, looks like Werner is really pushing.
Yes, it's increasing the speed.
Yeah.
The altitude up to the last turning point is good, between 250 and 300 meters.
Okay.
On the field. But they have to be at 30 meters.
30 meters at the finish line.
At the
so
finish line.
This is the first day for all those that are new and have not been able to watch the race before. This is the first day we have added an altitude limit at the finish line. So we have been joined by Sebastian Kawa. He is the winner of the first semifinal. Sebastian, come on. Do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Werner is pushing very hard, but we don't know what's going really in the air, because there are some thermals now. We have beautiful sunny day, new air mass, and I have experienced in my first flight that turning right in the last turn point, there was lift.
There was lift.
There was lift, yeah.
Wow.
And you never know. But now they are doing the same, and the same speed, same altitude.
Yes,
so probably there is nothing happening. Werner seems to be turning left now.
Yes, he looks like he's getting ready to make the turn into the turning point, and Thilo is a few seconds behind. Thilo will have to make.
Oh, he missed the turn point probably now.
It's
Six.
Oh,
Six
he turned
seconds.
left?
seven.
No, it's
No.
impossible.
No,
It's
no,
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 it's
no,
just.
he's turning right.
So he turned right,
But
and now
6
we look like
seconds.
there's about a 6-second differential.
I think there is no chance for Tilo to catch up.
Yeah.
The problem is that Werner touched the turn point at the closest possible position place, and Tilo was
Thilo was a little
giving
bit
away,
wide, wasn't he?
giving away, so he had to fly a little bit further.
Yes.
When you have to fly 10 meters, 20 meters further, then you are 40 meters behind, and it's not
Yes.
easy to come back.
And that looks like it is the way it's playing out right now. So,
And also, that's probably the reason why Werner chose to stay on the right side of the line, because there was
There's
a
no
lift.
thermals.
There's a lift.
well, the difference is substantial now. We are probably just a few seconds away from the finish line. They're approaching the airport boundary.
Looking at this, he could get a penalty already, but it's on the margin.
Yes. It's,
190.
Now he's slowing down.
Slowing down.
I've seen 185 meters, so he's still in the margin.
185
5
meters?
margin.
5 meters.
okay.
But he was
Okay.
well ahead of.
Thilo. So, it looks like we have a winner. We will wait for verification from the scorer. We want to make sure there are no penalties, but at the moment it looks like Werner Amann unofficially has moved on to the finals to race my friend here who has just given you this expert commentary, Sebastian Kawa.
Thank you.
Gliders are turning on landing, and Thilo Holy House does have more flying to do. He will race against Rene Vidal for the bronze medal, and we will be back with you shortly. I hope you've enjoyed this. This was just for everyone's information, our first live broadcast of this. We hope you've enjoyed it. We will be back in just a little while. I would like to welcome you back. Hopefully you had a good pause. Pilots have broken for lunch. They are refreshed. We have repaired. The gliders have been fitted with their new ballast, and we have now the first race of the final match, which will decide the bronze medal. In Echo Victor, we have Rene Vidal from Chile. In Echo India, we have Tilo Holyhouse. So the gliders have just been towed into the air, and in approximately 5 or 10 minutes, we will begin the race. I hope many of you have had an opportunity to follow this on crosscountry.aero or the WAG, the World Air Games website, but if you have seen, the pilots have had some incredibly close races. During the qualification races on day one, for example, we had average speeds in excess of 189 miles per hour, and we had several races decided in under a second, with I think the closest being 0.23 seconds differential. Every pilot raced against every other pilot once, and we came out with a ranking. Werner Amann was tied with Sebastian Kawa with 4 points, but because of his head-to-head win against Sebastian, he was the number 1 seed. Sebastian Kawa, also 4 points, was the number 2 seed. Rene Vidal tied with Tilo Holyhouse with 2 points each, 2 victories each. But by virtue of a head-to-head win, Rene Vidal was the third seed, and Tilo Holyhouse was the number 4 seed. So we are approaching the start of the most exciting afternoon, what we've been working for all these months. I think the reception of the pilots has been positive. The crew that I have that is working here, starting with Roland Stuck, the event director, and his assistants, Alexander Georges, Pierre Lutal, Mira Valek, Rick Shep, have worked tirelessly, hours, to bring you these races. We are in the final afternoon. It is our intent to finish. The medal ceremony will be this afternoon at 18:30 over at the Skydive Dubai Palm Drop Zone. So, most exciting. And you can see that the pilots are roughly now approaching the drop area where they will release from tow. The pilots Tilo and Brené will then attempt to get close together, same altitude, same airspeed, to cross the start line. And the race will then begin. For those tuning in for the first time, there are 3 mandatory turning points and a finish line. The total length of the race is about 26 kilometers. Very short by gliding standards, but it's what we have airspace for, and it's what this glider match racing has been developed for. See up on your screen, the gliders are positioning themselves. They are nearly wing on wing, roughly close to the same altitude. Look forward to an exciting race this afternoon. Both of these pilots I know would like to come home with the bronze medal. They're clearly disappointed, but the one thing I have noticed being part of this, these pilots are racing in the true spirit of gliding. They race very hard, they look forward to this, but in the evening and then yesterday, especially during the day off, the camaraderie was exceptional. So So as you can see, the pilots are still towing, getting in position for the start. The green to the right of your screen is the start gate. Again, looking out the window of my office where the studio is, the sky is blue, and actually we are seeing some cumulus clouds towards the sea. So clearly the front that came through, the pressure system that was impacting us the last few days has cleared the air. We've refreshed, and now it's a beautiful day. Beautiful day. Temperature about 20 degrees Celsius, 72 Fahrenheit. Okay, we are now back live. It looks like they have made the start. And as you can see, they are approaching turn point 1. Echo India is on the right. Echo Victor is on the top of your screen. It looks like as they approach the first turning point, the advantage is very slim. They both make their turns. It's hard to tell, but looks like Echo Victor Rene has a few more feet, but they are very close together. Been joined by Sebastian. Sebastian says he is getting ready for his final match later after the conclusion of this finals. Sebastian, what is your impression now of this race that you are watching?
I think they are very equal, and the winner will be the one who turns more precisely in the last turn.
So the last turn is the key. The more precise turn.
Yeah, but I think that Rene will win it. He's slightly more focused on winning.
You think so?
Yeah, and Tilo is happy to be here.
Tilo's happy to be here, but he's a competitive guy. I know Tilo. He has, but as you say, Rene is now
stopped. The
transmission has stopped. So, well, with Tilo, the transmission has stopped.
Oh, different. Holy House is stuck.
Aye, okay, we're back live. And Tilo looks like has taken a bit of an advantage. He's slightly in front and also has a few meters more altitude. So they are now beginning to approach the second turning point.
It seems that there is no data. That's why the glider is drifting sideways.
Yes, I think you're right. Sorry, folks. We are doing the best we can with our antennas, but there's sometimes a loss of data. Looks like they are turning in the second turning point. Tilo looks like he has the advantage. He has both altitude and was the first to turn.
It was a very shallow turn.
It was a very shallow turn, but it looks like they both made the turn properly. So they are now heading to the final. They're probably overflying the airfield. You can see them.
30, 40 meters difference. If this is true,
If this is true, this is substantial, isn't it?
this is no chance.
There's no chance for Rene to catch up. Somewhere Rene must have lost there's some air moving up. It's impossible for us to tell from here why suddenly Rene was lost so much altitude.
They got stuck again. It seems that
Near the start finish.
vertically over the antenna there is no signal.
Yes.
So they have moved. They need to move.
Then we will see them again. So it looks like our lapse in time in the signal is about a minute. So I suspect we will see them again shortly. Here we go. Sebastian was correct as always. So now that we've captured them live, Tilo has about a 60-meter advantage, and but at the same space. But with this, as Sebastian pointed out, with this kind of altitude difference, that is impossible, almost impossible for Rene to catch up.
Maybe he will be lucky enough to get a lift.
A little bit of lift.
Final turn would make an echo, but
yes,
it's very unlikely.
it looks like they turn for the finish line. Maybe Rene has picked up a little bit. His altitude difference is now less than 20 meters. And Echo India, Tilo is just barely in the front. Excuse me, Rene is now in the front.
No, Tilo.
Oh, excuse me, Tilo, yes. Tilo is now in the front.
Rene is slowing down because of the altitude.
Oh, he is slowing down, right. He cannot afford to get a penalty. I think he realizes at this time that he cannot catch Tilo. And he is trying to avoid any penalties. There is the finish line. And Tilo crosses the first with 4 seconds later. We have Rene.
Tilo was slightly below the limit according to this. But we have a 5-meter margin, so it's still okay.
You think he will be okay. So gliders are in the pattern for landing, and the data will be checked by the scorer. And we will announce the official winner, once the results are radioed to us. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for your time.
I have found the Audi here, so I will go ahead and if you're looking for it.
So the gliders pull to a stop. Again, we wait for the official word from the scorer, but it appears that Tilo has been the winner of the first heat of the bronze medal finals. We'll be back to you shortly after we get the official results from the score. I would like to welcome you back to the desert drop zone at Skydive Dubai here in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. We are preparing, and very shortly the gliders will launch with the second final match flight of the third place bronze medal round. The first race was won by Thilo Holighaus of Germany. The second place, or the runner-up in this last match, was Rene Vidal from Chile. So the scenario is this. This is a best 2 out of 3. So if Thilo wins this race, then he will be the bronze medalist. If Rene were able to win this race, there would be a third and final race between the two. Pilots are just, you can see the first plane, Thilo, launching at the moment. He shall be followed shortly by Rene. The gliders will be towed to 1,100 meters, so that will take us probably 5 to 7 minutes. Here goes Rene. And right now in the cockpit, the pilots are just making sure that they're comfortable. They know this is not the normal marathon that they fly. They fly, traditional glider flying is 5 to 6 hours of racing, flying over many hundreds of kilometers. This is a very specialized race developed strictly for the environment that we have here in Dubai. It is the first ever match racing with this type of event. And I think the pilots have taken to it. I think the intensity level is very high. The interest level is very high, and I know that every one of them wanted to be one of the ones that would be on the podium this afternoon. Pilots are roughly at 500 meters on their aerotow, and they're probably relaxed, looking out at the desert for camels. It has been one of the truly incredible sights here in Dubai. It's the camels that have just appeared grazing next to the runway. Herds and herds of camels everywhere. What an elegant creature. I can understand the love affair of the UAE people with this animal. On our drive out to the desert site for today, we passed the Dubai Camel Racing Club and saw many camels being trained for their races, usually in groups of 6 or 7. The track is enormous. I've been told that the reason they make the camel track so large is because if they were to do laps, the camel would get back to his same position and say, wait a second, I have already been here. I don't need to go any further. So consequently, and plus they have a lot of land here. So quite an interesting. And we're now at up to 900 meters. We have 2 tow planes, one a Super Cub 180 and a MAL, also 180 horsepower. The tow pilots have done extraordinary work. Irvin and Marco are to be thanked. They have been here on time. They worked tirelessly. Before they towed for us, they also towed the glider aerobatics over at the Palm Drop Zone by the sea. now at 1,000 meters, and again, they will be towed up to roughly 1,200 meters above the ground, and will release and then form up to begin this heat of the final bronze medal race. I urge you all to go to YouTube and Twitter. There's been many photographs posted. I have seen some incredible GoPro videos from some of the pilots. Uh, we are so busy, unfortunately, we don't have the time to fully look at all these and post them on the websites, but I promise you that all the pilots will be asked to provide us with what information and videos they have. We will attempt to get you as much as possible. So the pilots are now approaching 1,300 meters. That is ASL. So we should be getting very close to release. I know the pressure will be on Rene to find a way to take this race from Thilo so he can extend it and still get on the podium for a bronze medal. Altitude now 1,360. It looks like they're turning back towards the last turning point, or to the second turning point, and after that we'll be approaching the overhead the Desert Drop Zone airport, and they will queue up and try and get wing to wing, same altitude, same airspeed for a pass through the start line. I expect we would start this race in the next 3 or 4 minutes. It looks like they're approaching release. I believe the tow planes have leveled off, and they are now trying to gather them into a position as close together as possible. What makes this afternoon particularly challenging is because of the change in air mass, it appears we have now developed some thermals. So the pilots will have the added challenge and perhaps opportunity to get some energy boosts from some of the updrafts. This was not the case this morning, although there were perhaps some baby thermals that were going. So the pilots, even though the sky is blue, there might be some indications of thermals or lift by some haze or by some dust. And but these are the best pilots in the world. They will figure it out. We have done our part. We have created the race. We have given them 2 gliders that are fairly well equal. It looks like if we look at the results over the qualifying, that there is not a favorite glider with better performance. So all things should be equal, and I suspect looks like we have a little freeze in the feed at the moment, but that means they're probably overhead and approaching the start line. So I suspect we will catch the feed back after they have crossed the start. Again, the start will be fairly equal, and once we catch up with them, we can begin to give you some analysis of what the pilots are doing. Here we go. Okay, we're back. I will try and find out exactly what leg they're on. Appears they have crossed the start line. Looks like Rene Vidal is in front. And they're approaching the first turning point. So the difference in altitude is now Thilo and Rene is about 30 meters. So even though Thilo is behind, he's actually not that far back. So we are approaching the first cylinder. Soon you will see Rene turn. There he begins his turn, and quickly followed by Thilo. Turn one is accomplished. It looks from here like they both have good fixes in the turning zone. I hear the tow planes returning. So, after the first turning point, what can we make? Thilo, for some reason, has gained. It looks like, well, they're equalizing now, but I would say as the airspeeds equalize, they are fairly close. Looks like Rene Vidal made a good move in the first turning point and has now taken the lead. He appears to be slightly in front and at just a few meters below. They will now pass back over the airport. And I suspect we will lose the feed again for a brief time. Yes, we can already see we've lost the feed with Rene, and I suspect that will happen with Thilo shortly. Now it looks like we are back live. Looks like in this direction we are okay. So we have Rene, 870 meters. Thilo slightly behind, but higher, 900 meters. So the tactics look like they're becoming clear. Thilo is trying to keep Rene in sight. Rene cannot very well see behind him, so he is just focusing on what he can do. And Thilo, with the roughly 30-meter advantage, knows what he has to do at the moment looks like they are approaching the second turning point, and Rene is just making his turn. Thilo looks like he is also turning. And we are now on the third leg. Let's see what happens after they stabilize. So the airspeeds are roughly the same, altitudes are roughly the same, but it looks from the tracking that Thilo is slightly behind. So he will have his job to catch up. As they make their way on the third leg, they will soon pass overhead of the airport. Rene on the right side, east side, is pushing a little faster than Thilo. It's possible Thilo may have found a little bump. So they cross the start-finish line again for the final to last time. And I gauge it to be roughly a 2 or 3 second advantage for Rene Vidal. If this does not change, we will have a third and final race. We are now beginning to lose the tracking slightly again. So we should catch this tracking back up here as we approach the final turning point. Looks like Echo Victor Rene Vidal is pushing very hard. I look at his altitude, he is 50 meters. He wants to win this race very badly. He needs to win this race or the bronze medal is determined. We are approaching the final turning point. Here comes. They make the final turning point. I can see a very close race coming up. Sebastian has just stopped in. Sebastian, what do you see?
I think Rene had accelerated in the last turn. He didn't do it in a horizontal way, but he made it with some acceleration. So some sort of a wing over.
Yes, it was quite an interesting maneuver.
And now he is ahead.
Yes.
But the problem is if he has enough energy to continue, because we need to finish at 188 meters.
Yes,
So it's still very close.
they're just now coming to the edge of the airfield.
But the speed is good.
The speed is good, right? 200, they still have 210.
So still a lag behind. It seems that Rene made it well.
So it looks like we've crossed the finish line. It looks like the altitudes were good, but that will be verified by the score. And it looks like we might have a third race as Rene Vidal appears to have taken the
lead.
The lead.
Last turn.
At the very last turn. What an exciting race.
That race was too close to call. We need to look at the data.
Oh, I'm getting word from the scorers outside that this race was too close to call. It was very, very close, so they need to look at some data. That is what this match racing is all about. As I said, we've had some incredibly close races, 0.2 of a second, and so as of right now, we do not. I may have called Rene Vidal the winner, but officially, we need to still look at the data to see if the altitudes were correct and who actually crossed the finish line first. This is what match racing does. From start to finish, 10 minutes. The pilots are on adrenaline the whole time. The spectators here at the airfield can keep them in sight the entire time, particularly in this beautiful blue Arabian sky. So it is quite a sight. Something that we don't get with our normal regular glider racing. I will be back to you shortly. I'm going to go attempt to find out from the scorers who the winner was. Please bear with me. This is Eric Moser back with you from the desert drop zone at Dubai here at the World Air Games gliding match race event. I have to tell you that I've just been in touch with the scorers and they still have not been able to determine the winner. It is so close. I will be back with you as soon as I have results. Thank you for your patience. Okay. We've just received word from the scorer. The second race of the bronze medal final was won by Rene Vidal. And it appears that Thilo, trying to catch up, missed one of the turning points, so he was disqualified in this race. So there will be a third race, which will begin shortly, between Thilo and Rene to decide one race to decide the bronze medal at the FAI World Air Games in Dubai. Will be quite exciting. I will be back to you shortly. We should have launch, I would think, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Welcome back to the third and final heat of the bronze medal round of the FAI glider match racing done out here at the desert campus of Skydive Dubai. The first two races, first race was won by Thilo Holighaus from Germany. The second race, in a race that was very close, and until analyzing the data, it looks like Thilo might have missed a turn point, and if he did, he was disqualified, but I believe Rene would have won the race in any case. So the tow planes will be in the air shortly. I can see the gliders getting into position, and we will try and give you the best exciting race that we possibly can. For these two pilots, this culminates their weeks of work. One of them this afternoon, in 4 hours, will hopefully be receiving a bronze medal, and that is a big accomplishment here. You can see the first tow plane is launched. First to launch today is Rene Vidal from Chile. He will be followed shortly by Thilo Holighaus, and now you can see the tow plane rolling for him. So, for those again who are just now tuning in, the event is a glider match race. We have 3 turning points that must be accomplished. The gliders will be towed to 1,100 meters above the ground. They will then attempt to get in the same position, next to each other as close as possible at the same altitude and same airspeed, and then we'll begin the race going through the starting gate. I have to tell you, I've worked on this race for quite a while, and this is exactly what I had hoped for. I couldn't have asked for a better conclusion, at least for this bronze medal, that each pilot would have won one race, and by such close margin. It tells me that though they are having fun and they proclaim that they are not terribly serious, their competitive spirit is taking over, and I really believe in my heart that both Thilo and Rene would love nothing better than to receive a bronze medal for this evening. Tow planes are beginning their circuit. They're roughly at 500 meters. They shall tow them to about 1,400 meters ASL, at which time they will try and get together. While the tow planes are going, I have to tell you that the experience here in Dubai has been extraordinary. The hospitality of our hosts has been incredible. I think the fellowship I've seen among the athletes has been second to none. I've not seen any arguments. I've seen smiles and laughter and joy. The opening ceremonies, which I hope you get an opportunity to find somewhere on either YouTube or on the FAI WAG World Air Games website, were spectacular. It was as if we were in the actual Olympics. I truly believe our hosts outdid themselves. The hospitality of the special dinner that they had for all the athletes was also something that will be remembered for a lifetime. I know that new friends have been made. I can't say that any marriages have taken place, but I know that there's been probably some interest in forming relationships, and that's what these games are all about. So, gliders are now at 700 meters. We echo Victor. Rene Vidal is towards the front. Thilo will form in behind him and after they gain another 700 meters of altitude. So, looking out the window, again, I'm stuck here in my broadcast booth with my partner, Mira Valek, who has brought you all these wonderful images and has done incredible work in providing all of the tracking that you see. I'm going to move around. You know, this is my first attempt. I am computer not very savvy, but I will attempt to give you some variation in the views of the gliders. So, altitude is now roughly approaching 900 meters. And they are now going back towards, I would think this will be the second turning point, at which time they will make a right-hand turn and form back in formation to get back over the airfield. for the release and then for the start. It is so hard. I've followed all these races. We've probably had 20 plus the practice now, and it would be so impossible for me to predict the outcome of this. So I'm going to be as excited as you are to see what happens. I wish both pilots the best. They are both extraordinary people. Thankfully, they've traveled all this way to come partake in these air games. They're beginning their right-hand turn to form into the release point. Altitude now 1,100 meters. Obviously still at towing speed, 135 to 150. The more I sit here in front of, this is just personal observation, the more I sit here in front of this monitor and seeing this beautiful work performed, given to us by Silent Wings, I realize more and more what the future holds in bringing live racing to the people around the world that are interested. So altitude now 1,250 meters, airspeed still at tow speed. They have turned back towards the north, back towards the airfield, so I suspect the race will begin very shortly. I hope we have been able to resolve the tracking issue as they get over the airfield. If they have not, you will experience a momentary lag in data and on your screen, but for the most part, the positioning of the antennas is good, and we get the pilots for most of the race. You can see the airspeed, the ground speed as they're turning into the wind is now slowing to 100 kilometers per hour. We're approaching release point, I am sure. Tells me we have a little bit of wind aloft coming out of the north-northwest. So I will attempt to find the view with the start line. Okay, I think this view will give us an opportunity to see the gliders. It seems we've lost a little tracking information from Echo 1 Tilo, and also lost from Echo Victor, from Renee. So it is quite possible that they are beginning the race directly overhead. As I mentioned, we have a little issue with the positioning of the antennas for tracking, but their data will appear shortly. I hope wherever you are, you've been able to find the time to join me for these 5 or 10 minutes of this spectacular racing event that we have developed for the FAI World Air Games. If any previous experiences prove out, I should receive live tracking data again here shortly, the next 10 or 20 seconds. Okay, I appear to have Echo Victor back online. Looks like they have definitely crossed the starting gate. I'm waiting for data from Echo India, from Tilo. Still do not have that, but oh, here we go. Okay. So back online. Looks like Renee is slightly not only ahead but higher. If that data holds true, Renee is approaching the first turning point. Looks like he has made his turn, and Tilo appears to still be approaching, so he is behind. Looks like Tilo's initiated his turn. Also looks like it was very close to whether he made the turn or not. As they join up together wing on wing, I know we see their altitude is basically the same, a few 10 meters or so apart. We will get next to them. Look down the line. It looks like Echo 1 Tilo is in front a little, with Echo Victor Rene having maybe 15 meters more in altitude. I think I'm just looking from my observation at the positioning of these gliders. They're looking for little bumps in the air, maybe some bumps in the sand that are creating lift. But what I have right now is a race that I would say at the moment is virtually even. Rene is slightly behind, but he is maybe 15 to 20 meters higher. So they are coming back overhead to pass through the starting zone, and they will be on their way to the second turning point, which you can see in the distance. Again, the total length of this race is probably 25 kilometers. The glide ratio that we have calculated that they are using is roughly 25 to 1. And the pilots have to make their adjustments on how to use their speed. You can see their ground speeds now going roughly downwind is 160, so it appears they're conserving some altitude. These are slower speeds than I've seen in the past. Altitudes are virtually identical. Looks like Tilo is somehow pulled in front and has a little more altitude. So we are now approaching turn point 2. And the gliders virtually, would be, I would say they're within a second of each other. So I think we are setting up for a thrilling conclusion. I see Tilo beginning to make his turn now as they approach the 2. They've both reached the second turning point and making their steep turns. As you can see, they are turning away from each other for safety. They will join back up with another. Appears that Tilo is now out in front. He has 750 meters, Rene 712. Although Rene is slightly faster, so they were now going for the third and final turning point. It appears that everything has stabilized after the turns and the airspeeds are roughly the same. The altitude is roughly the same. Looks like Rene is slightly behind. I would call it 1.5 seconds. But this can easily be made up on the third leg and also at the final turn. I think, as Sebastian Kawa has said, and all of the pilots have told me, the final turning point is where everything will come down to. Ground speed is around 180. We are losing the tracking, unfortunately, for the moment. This has happened before. I expect that in the next 30 to 40 seconds we will regain. So at this point we can see, oh, okay, we have regained our tracking. I can give you now, Tilo Holighaus is at 520 meters. Rene Vidal is out slightly lower and slightly behind. Ground speeds are roughly the same. And we expect that in the next few minutes I will change the view. There we go. We have the final turning point directly in front. Ignore the skewing. I know that Rene is not flying sideways. This is just an anomaly of the tracking, but soon we will have made the final turning point. And there they go, the final turning point. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on the final leg of the bronze medal race for the FAI World Air Games here in Dubai, the glider match racing event. Looks like they are close. I will shift the view to the side view. Looks like Echo India, Tilo Holighaus has just ahead by a nose. The altitude, Rene is a little lower. He's pushing. Tilo, with the extra few meters, is able to push just a little faster. And you remember now there's a 30-meter AGL. They must cross above this before they have penalty. So Rene is probably going to have to slow up because he is right on the edge of a penalty. And Tilo, with his extra airspeed, is now crossing the finish line. And now we have Rene crossing the finish line. And so the final heat of the bronze medal race is complete. And we will now await the ruling and the decision and the data from the officials. How exciting that was. Gliders are turning to land. And I will catch my breath and be back with you with the final results in just a few minutes. Go away and have a cup of coffee and return quickly back to your monitor, and I will be back. Thank you.
planes. Okay.
Okay, welcome back to the glider match racing here in Dubai. I have just received a word from the official scores that Thilo Holighaus from Germany has defeated Rene Vidal from Chile for the bronze medal at the 2015 FAI World Air Games here in Dubai. This was the glider match racing event. These pilots started 4 to 5 days ago, and we now have a bronze medal winner. Coming up next will be the races, the matches for the gold medal and the silver medal between Werner Amann from Austria and Sebastian Kawa from Poland. I will be back with you shortly. I will go out to the flight line to check and make sure everything is okay. Please stay tuned for this exciting final best 2 out of 3 match races. Hello friends, sadly we have a little issue with the tracking. However, I can tell you that the final race between Sebastian Kawa of Poland and Werner Amann from Austria, the tow planes will have just departed. I will be back to you shortly as we have this figured out. Okay friends, as you can see on your screen, we are now our pilots are approaching the starting line. Echo Victor is Werner Amann. They are both at 1,230 meters. Sebastian Kawa is Echo India. So as has happened before, we have a slight lapse in the online logging and on the online display as they pass overhead, but I suspect that you will see that the race has just begun shortly, and we should be able to give you an update as they approach the first turning point. This is again the first of best out of 3 matches for the gold medalist for the glider match racing event at the 2015 FAI World Air Games. So the gliders are approaching the first turning point. Currently, it looks like Sebastian Kawa is slightly ahead. The ground speed is 162 to 180. I would expect him to be making his turn very shortly. Werner Amann looks like he has a few meters more altitude and is closing in on Sebastian. The wings are in the turn. I suspect both gliders are going to make their approach now out of the turning point and back to the second turn. I hear the tow planes coming back, dropping their ropes. So we are now 1/3 of the way through the first match race, and I will, as the gliders normalize out of the turn, I'll give you a side view perspective. You can see how close this race really is. Sebastian Kawa is ahead by less than the length of a fuselage. The altitudes are identical. There is still time for lots to happen in this race. We are just now approaching. They are approaching the start-finish line again. Sebastian has a little altitude and is slightly in front, but it's not to say that cannot be made up by Werner. Pass back through the start-finish line overhead. The tactics begin. Straight ahead, you see the second turning point over the village of Margam. Looks like Sebastian has a slight lead and about 20 meters in altitude. So for the time being, he is the leader in the race. Much will happen, though, on these last two legs, these last two turning points. Sebastian begins his turn, as does Werner. Both. The turns were spectacular. Looks like Werner may have made up some time on this turning point. As things normalize out of the turn, we look at Werner slightly ahead, but Sebastian has a little more altitude. Ground speeds of Sebastian approaching 210, Werner at 188, so I suspect that Sebastian will pull even with Werner here very shortly. And as you can see, they are wing on wing. Now Sebastian, with his altitude and his energy and his greater airspeed, is nosing ahead. You can see them coming back through the start-finish line. The next time they pass this area will be the finish of this particular match. And again, we have the slight disturbance in the broadcast. My apologies. Okay, we are back. Sebastian has, it looks like, one fuselage length lead with about 15 meters more altitude. Everything will come down to how they negotiate this last turning point, and if they can find any bumps of lift that could help Werner make up the difference in the 10 meters of altitude that he's lacking. Okay, we can see that Sebastian is turning, Werner is turning. They're now both anticipating this turn point, and they both have marks inside the turn, it looks like. Yes, they do. So they are turning for the finish line. It should be finished in less than 1 minute. After the turn, it looks like Sebastian has extended his lead. He is now lower, but pushing. His speed is now up to 210 kilometers an hour. Werner is slightly higher and slightly slower, but does he have enough time to make up the distance with only a kilometer or two to go to the finish line? Werner is increasing his speed. Sebastian holding steady at 200 kilometers per hour. Finish line is in sight for Sebastian. And based on what the data we have, it looks like Sebastian Kawa has won the first match of the final race, final pairing to determine the gold medal and silver medal for the glider match racing event at the FAI World Air Games in Dubai. I will report back as soon as I have official scoring, but both gliders are making the turn for landing. And what an exciting race. So clearly, if the results, as you see on the screen, hold, Sebastian Kawa is 1 race to 0 up on Werner Ama. Okay.
We can't put these altitudes to 0, can't we?
No, I don't know that we can. Hey, I'm back live with the results of the first race of the finals for the silver and gold medal. The winner was Sebastian Kawa. His time was a few seconds ahead, but it also appeared that Werner might have missed the second turning point by just a little, so that would have been a disqualification. It clearly was that Werner was probably trying to make something up and just cut it too close. I am pleased and honored right now to have my good friend Thilo Holighaus here.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, Thilo has just coming back from his bronze medal, best 2 out of 3 win over Rene Vidal. I hope that I will have Thilo here for a short while, to maybe comment on the next race. But first, Thilo, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you very
It
much,
was
Eric.
very fine.
It was a great flight. We had a lot of fun. It was a very tactical flight this time. We have good thermal conditions here. It's blue lift, but we can actually fly. We made a tactical race. This means we were towed a little bit lower. We were flying together very slowly, only about 130, 140, whereas the last flight we were flying more than 200 kilometers per hour. And of course, at a slower speed, it's much easier to find the lifting lines, and it was essential to find the lifting lines today to make up the race.
Fantastic, Thilo. So that's, when we first created this race, we were not sure what conditions we would find here in Dubai. You always, in our discussions, said, oh, I'm sure there will be thermals, but we did not know. And we didn't know how thermals would come into play on such a short race. But you're saying that it actually did help, and it was part of the tactics of your win.
Today it was absolutely like this. The last days we were towed a little bit higher and we had a very fast race, sometimes too fast that at the end we didn't have enough energy to make a safe landing. But we learned, of course, too, all, and it's as I just said, it's more tactical than we all thought. It's not just but turning properly, which of course is very essential too. However, flying in the right position, checking checking who's just having the better lifting line is very important. And of course, it's also a lot of fun. And
that's what I was going to ask you. My next question, Tito. Are you having fun? Do you think the pilots, knowing that this is the most radical change that we've ever had for a gliding competition of such magnitude, knowing that we had to create this special race for this limited airspace and this limited altitude and for these special conditions in Dubai, are you having fun?
Well, I mean, being here, you cannot avoid having fun. It's such a great scenery. I mean, once you have taken off, you see here this wonderful desert. I mean, we're right out in the middle of nowhere, and you see the dunes. Today we had a problem because there was a camel crossing the runway.
A camel.
So I never had this problem so far. And also the organization here around is just phenomenal. We get best food. We have this fantastic scenery in Dubai City, and out here, even here, they try to make everything to make us happy. The flying itself, we were kind of reluctant at the beginning. We thought it would be, well, maybe not really a sportive challenge, but from the very beginning, I thought it's not trivial. It's not so easy. It takes some thinking and some flying skills to make it. Now it turned out that it actually takes much more. Especially today with these extremely good conditions we have, it is possible to make a real flight. Of course, we are limited here in airspace, and I think, but we made the best we could do out of this. And yes, we had a lot of fun.
Good. Well, that's what it's all about. Again, when we were given the parameters many months ago of this event, we were skeptical, but my thanks go to Roland Stuck and all of the team here because they are working so hard to bring what we consider to be a special race. Obviously, it is heartening for me to hear the pilots say that they've had fun and they find that the dynamics of the race and what they do is both fun and challenges them for skill.
Well, I can just underline that the amount of work all the organizers have done for us is, there are no words for it. I mean, Roland, I don't know if he even slept the last couple of weeks. Here he is always fully concentrated and always trying to stick as good as possible to the rules. And I think he's doing a fantastic job. For sure it was often not easy. I mean, we had very windy conditions. We had sometimes difficult altitude conditions. Sometimes it was a bit critical to decide what kind of pattern we want to make. And but Roland made really the best to make it a safe event. And now we can just hear the tow plane. So the first glider is just about to
Yeah, that's
to,
good.
to leave.
I think we're getting ready for the launch. And Tilo, can you stick around for at least this next race so we can you can try and
Well,
give us the best commentary that we can have?
I would love to be out there and
Yeah.
watch the exciting race from the outside, because that really makes it up. You
Yes.
can see, you can follow the whole race.
Yes.
And this is a wonderful opportunity for gliding, that you don't only have to look to the screen, but you can actually see what people are doing.
Yes.
Especially if they're turning, you can see wonderful who is in the lead, and if they're coming back over the airfield, you can see it also. So yes, well, okay, I will stay here.
It's okay. You
Yes.
don't have to. Listen, Tilo,
No, no,
I
that's
am
absolutely fine.
doing my best. I am giving the commentary to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
I think if you just, I think you've kind of pointed out, and I think very rightly, what's the dynamics of the day. That there are thermals. There are blue thermals. There's some lifts, so there's some strategy involved, and you have two of the best pilots in the world there. Look, they both know how to utilize every bit of energy that's in the sky.
Absolutely. I
So
mean,
go out and enjoy.
No.
I'm seriously. Go out and
I
enjoy.
will stay here. Yeah?
You will stay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yeah,
well, I'm honored. I'm honored. So with the first glider is launching, and you can see the second glider is in back. I will remind you again, this is race number 2 for the finals of the gold and silver race for the World Air Games glider match racing. We have 2 tow planes, which we've shared with the glider aerobatics people, but they are now ours as glider aerobatics discipline has finished. So Tilo, while we're waiting for the launch, can you tell us a little bit about, I'm sure some of you people who are following us may have been on YouTube or may have been on Twitter and seen some of the flying that has been done at the marina.
That was wonderful. I mean, we always had dreamed about to fly there, because we're all living in those hotels over there. And yesterday and 2 days ago, there was a lot of wind, and we were able to actually soar at the skyscrapers. I mean, we couldn't really say it is ridge soaring because there's actually no ridge, so we called it a skyscraper surfing, and that's actually what it was. But it's unbelievable. It's breathtaking to fly in front of these tall buildings and over the seaside, and with this incredible, interesting airfield downside, and just be part of the game and show the beauty of our gliders. Many people in the city asked me or told me that we were seen. I think it was a very good PR work we did for the gliding in the whole world.
Well, and I concur with that. When you agreed to allow one of your beautiful Arcus M's to come here and be part of the World Air Games for precisely what was done yesterday, for rides for people who are expressing an interest in gliding from all levels. I cannot thank you enough. It was the glider is magnificent. It is beautiful. Yesterday, they launched in very challenging conditions at the Marina airfield.
And it was actually really challenging. I mean, we had about 25 knots, maybe gusting to 35 knots. It was about 40 degrees off the runway.
Yes.
So we had to concentrate quite a bit, but it was okay. And of course, the wind was exactly rectangular to the buildings, which produced phenomenal lift. We had sometimes more than 2 meters per second lift in front of these buildings. It was a blast. We had
2
so much
meters
fun.
per second. Wow. That's on a day yesterday with the wind blowing like that. We were able to watch you from the ground, and it was pretty incredible to watch you soar. He flew with world champion Giorgio Galetto, and I know many of you have probably been to his Facebook page and seen some of the incredible pictures, but I urge you when you get time to do this. Gliders are now approaching 800 meters. We are probably a few minutes. They are now passing the start-finish line on the tow, They will tow towards the second turn where they will turn around and head back towards the airfield. Will release. And was there any, what are you doing right now? If you're flying, if you're in Echo Victor right now, what is it it's going through your head?
I mean, first of all, you enjoy the scenery for sure, but of course we also watch for some thermal. There were actually some, not quite cumulus. We could see some cumulus clouds further away, but there were some of this little condensation you could see. So we were watching for this, and of course we were concentrating to well to be able to have the abilities to make the turns correctly. Right now it is more relaxing, of course, yeah. Actually, the tow planes, just a word to them, they do a fantastic job. They align us directly in front of the start line in a more or less perfect manner, so we hardly have to use our air brakes. Last three flights that I had, it was not necessary to use the air brake at all because they are so professional now in towing us right to the correct place.
So are you talking with your opponent? Were you talking with Renee at all about your positioning or?
Not quite. We were just talking about the landing procedure, just to make sure that we all turn to the same side. Apart from that, no, we just were waving to each other and well, anticipating the joy which was about to come.
Okay, you can see that they're making their turn back around the second turning point, and they will now begin their turn back towards the airfield. And I think now probably the tension was beginning to mount. As you know, you're getting ready to release, and the race will begin.
You have to watch out now. You have to have your competitor in sight because the goal is to get aligned after releasing. And but normally we're flying with the tow plane so close to each other that you can see each other very good, and so it is not really a problem. Sometimes if the other one is behind you, well, you simply have to slow down and wait until he comes to your side.
Okay. Is there a command given to release by the
Yes.
towmaster?
Yes, the towmaster is doing an excellent job. He announces release now, and then we both release at the same time. And then we normally have about 2.5 kilometers to go to the starting line,
Okay.
which is plenty enough to make it.
To get together. Okay.
I can see they're
So
towed
we
fairly
will
high now.
towed is 1,350 meters.
Yeah. But it looks like they're still climbing.
Speed is 120, so looks like they're still climbing, gaining some altitude.
Yeah.
1,400 meters almost. Altitude is roughly the same, and distance to the start line is close. So, Tilo, based on the altitude you see, do you anticipate a faster race?
This probably will be a very fast race. I mean, they're approaching 1,400 meters. It looks like they have released by now. You see the altitude is already going down.
Yeah.
Mako Victor is a bit too high, so he probably has to use his air brakes a little bit, which you can see here. But it works very good. And you can see they're absolutely next to each other, so it's a very fair race to begin.
Okay, that is a beautiful image. I have to tell you, I am thrilled. I would love to be up in an airplane towing.
So it can't belong to the starting gate.
To the starting
now.
gate, so they're.
You see, they're now flying very slowly, and
So we've lost the feed from Echo 1. This has happened. I have to tell you, Tilo, this has happened before. There's some kind of an anomaly there may be interference in the antenna. So when the start happens, and for a period of time, maybe a minute after the start, we get exactly what you see, a little noise. So we picked them up about halfway between the starting point.
But you could see, I mean, they were perfectly aligned.
They were perfectly aligned.
They were pretty high, 1,350 meters. So this means they will fly most of the time between 180, 190, maybe even approaching far beyond 200 kilometers per hour.
Okay, so do you remember how high you were towed on your?
Well, in the first flight we were towed to about 1,400 meters, which was an equivalent of 200 kilometers per hour for the most of the flight. The last flight we were told about 150 meters lower than the two guys now. Oh, now they're back here.
Now
It's
they're
nice to
back.
see.
Okay, we
Huh?
can talk back about the race. So
Now you can see it's a tactical race. You see
yes.
they're flying very slowly. This means they're searching for thermals. Yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting because normally Sebastian was always pushing pretty hard already from the very beginning. So they changed their tactics. So they very likely they watch each other. You can see they're turning to each other, looking for the lifting lines.
Okay, so they both. Let me zoom out a little bit so we can see, and then we'll see what the turning point looks like. The gliders seem to be flying sideways at the turning point, which is not. So they're crossing over perhaps to their respective directions where they have to turn.
Yeah, you can see here what
Okay,
they're doing.
so they're turning now. They've accomplished the first turning point.
Yeah.
We will see after the noise settles here in just a second. Thilo can then comment about.
Oh, now they're speeding up a lot. I mean, so they flew out of the turn. I think now the battle is on.
The battle is on,
Actually,
right?
a little bit too early, I think. So we hope they will have enough energy to make it to keep this speed all the way to the finish line. Probably they have to slow down unless they find another turn point.
Okay. Well, this is getting exciting, Thilo. The performance of these gliders is phenomenal. What they have done, the beauty that they have shown, the elegance that they are is remarkable. And
I mean, the view over the desert with these gliders, I mean, this is so out of the world.
you
Something
say
completely different.
you say you saw a camel today at the runway?
Yeah, there was a camel on the run. Oh, you see, now he's overtook. That's
Okay.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, well, I think this could be that area of a slight anomaly, but it's very possible that.
Well, they're flying extremely fast. Actually, so this time, I think they will not have enough energy, so they have to slow down a little bit on the leg slack.
So do you
It
think
will be very exciting.
Do you think they're getting any sinking air, or do you think that they're just you think that they're?
Well, they might have some tailwind, so we are talking about
Yeah,
ground
these are ground
speed
speed.
here.
These are ground speed.
So that's maybe in actually only about 200 kilometers. We have about 20 kilometers wind up there.
Okay.
So now let's see. Sebastian is in the lead.
And a few more meters, maybe 10 more meters.
The turn is of course very essential. I mean, Werner is extremely good in turning, so he just has enough the right speed and turns. Oh, you see. So now Werner turned very sharp.
Yes.
So
Do you think he was
possible? It's possible that
it's possible that he could be?
It looks like he made it. I don't think he will take the risk too high to miss a turn point again.
Yeah. So based on that, it looks like, from my perspective, Werner did a better turn. If he made the turning point, he clearly did a better turn than Sebastian.
From all competitors here, Werner was always the one who turned the best, and at least when I flew against him, I was not able to follow him. You see how close they fly now. Huh?
Wow.
This looks like there's maybe some lift over there that they want to come together.
Okay, yeah. Cross back through the start-finish line. We didn't lose them that time. Oh no, we're losing Werner's signal. And now Sebastian. So now we are in the dark. We are in the dark, but
just
hopefully
when it comes to the last turn point, which of course is the most essential one, it's quite.
Yeah. So okay, we're picking back up the signal, and now we have. Looks like Sebastian is slightly ahead still.
It's very tight. Oh, what an exciting race! Have a look.
Let's go with a view towards the last turning point and see the turn. So Werner Amann has 20 meters, Thilo, and he's slightly. Okay, here we go. The second turning point. Oh, the last turning point.
Oh, this will be very exciting.
Yes. So what's going to happen now? We have both pilots making the turn. Ground speeds increasing 240 kilometers an hour for Werner. 230.
We're talking about flying against the wind, you see.
They are against the wind.
In fact, they're even faster, yeah.
Werner slightly ahead.
Have a look. Yes, he's leading. So
He
he made
is
the
leading.
turn.
He made the
better
turn
than-
better. He
yeah.
made that, just as I've said, been saying along, that last turn is critical.
It's very essential.
So they're driving hard for the finish line.
You
Oh,
cannot imagine the adrenaline they have right now. in
yes,
their blood, yeah.
they realize they have a 30 meter. They have to pay ultimate attention
So
to not go below the 30 meters. Werner still holding on to a slight lead. Approaching the finish line.
85, they're exactly the same altitude. Sebastian is even lower.
And they cross the finish line with Werner Amann, unofficially the winner of the second race.
We just switch out of the window and actually can confirm this from watching.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're here in a window with which does not give us a good view, so we are forced to watch the screen as you are at home.
Mike from Romeo.
Okay, we are getting the official results from the scorer.
Okay, Werner appears to be the winner. He was first across the line, and we're checking the data now.
Okay, so the data is being checked. Werner Amann crossed the line first. And Thilo, could you believe we are now down to the final race?
Oh,
It is 1-1 with one race left to decide the gold medal champion of the glider match racing event here at the FAI World Air Games in Dubai. That's exciting.
That is cool. It
That
can't
is so
be more
cool.
exciting. Wow.
Listen, I'm going to let you go out. You deserve to be out. Thank you for your commentary.
You're
Please go out and give everybody my best. I wish I was with them, but
I will,
I will
yeah.
do my best here to broadcast the race. Thank you and
Okay,
congratulations
well, thank you for
again.
broadcasting.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Yes, you too. Okay, folks, I'm guessing it will probably be 10 minutes to 15 minutes before they are ready to launch. I will be back to you to broadcast the final race of the World Air Games here with the gliding event. Okay, for those of you who might still be online, I had previously announced that Werner Amann had won that second heat, and that there would be a fly-off for a final race for the championship. I was summoned to the scorers. We reviewed the traces, and it appears that there was a turning point barely missed by Werner. So we have officially declared a champion of the 2015 FAI World Air Games in Dubai glider match racing event, and the winner is Sebastian Kawa. The silver medalist for the 2015 glider match racing championship is Werner Amann from Austria. I congratulate all of the pilots on their sportsmanship and on their fine flying. I thank you all for taking interest. We hope that you have enjoyed it. Want to thank all of my officials. This is Eric Moser, signing off from Dubai.